What up? How we doing, boys? Good morning. Good morning. Yo, what's going on? How we doing, boys? What's going on, man? All right. Well, welcome to day 118 of development on Terra Factor. Yesterday we left off getting performance good. It's now good in the factory. We're hitting a fat almost 180 frames most of the time, which is great. You know, which is my target monitor refresh rate. You know, there are still some optimizations to be had, but I mean, again, this is literally running in debug mode, so it's fine. It's at the point now we can move on and get back to working on the stuff that actually matters. One of the main optimizations I made was completely removing the lighting during daytime, which is why it's running fast. If we said this tonight, yeah, we're tanking down to like 60. And the only reason that's happening is because for every single conveyor belt and every single wire and every single machine and everything, I have a light being pushed. So I think while I would like to make that the case in the final game, I think an easy optimization now for the time being is going to be just kind of turning off the lights for conveyors and the electricity things. So, yeah. Or actually, sorry, we were running on police. I lied. Or at least, but you know, optimizations. All right. Okay. Well. See, what do we got? Nighttime's looking a little bit more barren now, but that's fine. There's a lot of torches down here. Alright. You know, that'll more or less solve the problem, I think. We can move on to the problem that actually matters, which is how do we make a good factory builder survival game? Day 118, let's do it, dude. We are very close to doing the next version. Next round of play testing, version 19. I think before I want to put it out, I want to really just go over some of the suggestions in the Discord about improving automation a little bit. Like belt crossing and then splitters as well would be good. And then some kind of power pass through. I think that'd be cool as well. So I think today is going to be automation improvements. So strap in. Let's get it done. Good morning, boys. How we doing? Counter gravitation. How you doing, man? Looking forward to the automation additions. I've kind of run out of things to do, so having some new stuff to mess with would be nice. Yes. And that is the exact problem that we are here to solve. Because if I just keep adding stuff and there's more things to do, eventually there's gonna be a point where like you have infinite things to do. I mean, not really infinite. I feel like every game has a shelf life, right? Kinda. I don't know. There are people who have thousands of hours in Factorio. And I myself have probably around 10,000 hours in Minecraft. And while I don't think I'm going to be able to achieve that in this game, I could definitely try and push the boundaries as much as possible and make the playtime good. I got a little some playtime metrics, so we can check this every day. Nice little number that can go up. 322 hours total, which is pretty goddamn cool. This is the total amount of hours that everyone has spent in the game, summed up together. What up, Jake? How you doing? Maxim? Kevin? Are you building a game in Odin language? Yes. So what is first on the list? Honestly, we're gonna knock off an easy one. The wire recipe has been way too underpowered, man. I need to turn off profiling. We're not doing that anymore, bro. Alright, there we go. One copper and it gives you one wire. It's been pretty hard to use. So I think simple fix. Craft recipe amount equal 4. 1 copper equal 4 wire now. There you go. Problem solved. Yoink. Now, I think one of the biggest annoyances with automation right now, let me show you. You're trying to change your factory around a bit. Like, oh no, the suckertron is sucking up the things that I'm trying to pick up. Oh shit, man. So I want to solve this problem. It's been pissing me off for so long, dude. So that's step one for the day. Let's get stuck into it. Let's get stuck into it, man. Today I'm drinking a 1-day-old Macca's coffee. Without the lid, because I like to live life dangerously. It's a bit watery, but it gets the job done. Let's do a quick runway check. What we got? 26 from yesterday, I think. Pretty good. That was Twitch estimate. Okay. Right. Runway check. We got 26 yesterday from the Twitch earnings estimate. Negative 30 on the day expenses. We are sitting at a sum of $31. We are in the green yesterday. Hell yeah. Shout out to all the homies who left a dono. Chugging along. Alright. Let's get it, dude. Suckatron filter. Go time. I have no idea how I'm going to solve this. Let's do some brainstorming, boys. Let's do some brainstorming. The obvious one is just adding in like a filter thing here, right? But I'd also kind of like to solve this problem by default. Probably give them power. Probably force them to have power. Because then you could disconnect the power to turn it off instead of breaking it. That could probably work. So I think... Alright. I have a hunch on what will solve this. Or the lights fully turn off when we do the day transition. That's bad. Is fully day. All right, so I've got a hunch for what we can do to solve this problem. One, just add a filter. So, you know, we could have a second kind of row up here in the UI that would let you choose which items get sucked up. That would probably solve this for the most part entirely. And then the other thing, just make it so that it needs power in order to operate. Because then if you get into this loop and you're like, oh shit, I want to fix this. You just break the power. The power line got sucked in. And then it would kind of turn off and it would be good. It would also be really cool, dude, to have a power line that is a switch that you could go up and like click and like, you know, turn off and on. Then we could start getting into some pretty cool stuff, man. Eventually, my whole goal with this power system is to make it Turing complete. And then you will be able to make Terrafactor inside Terrafactor. I have no idea how that's actually going to happen, but it'll be fun. Really just giving the player more tools to be able to express what they want to do in the game, right? I think it'd be awesome. I've got so many ideas for that, and I'm really excited to execute on them. Oh my god, bro. Man, I'm fucking pumped. I really want to do the block shrinky thing. I think I'll do that in tandem with the dungeons, because I'm going to need to do a dimension system. But sneak peek for you guys on stream, alright? I'm not going to put this in the video, but basically when I have a block that lets you shrink down into a subdimension, and it would let you kind of build a factory inside a block, and you just have each of these sides have in and outs. So you can make anything in it. You could make some kind of like logic circuit to do something very succinctly in a single block. You could make like an entire like smelting factory inside there. It would just be a way of solving the scrolling expansion problem that Factorio has, I think, where you would just start kind of going inwards, if that makes sense. I'm really excited for this idea. But yeah, that'll require like a dimension system, and while I do that, I also might do the dungeons. Those are going to be 2 massive projects, but I'm excited. There'll be late game items, of course, not early game stuff. But yeah, it should be cool, dude. Should be cool. And before my endgame factory is 5 blocks in a line, yeah. I know I just knocked over my coffee. Power switch, yeah. Yeah, power switch would be sick as well. It's Factorio mod for that as well. Nice. Has been broken by flare flag that will be filtered by the suck. I don't know. Yeah, that would solve the immediate problem. But you'd still run into other problems, I think. I don't know. You'd kind of just have like a Suckatron cooldown flag. That would let you pick it up. Yeah, that would totally work. That might actually be my main annoyance with the Suckatron. So then... Wait, where did I just put that? I put that in game state, my bad. So then on destroy, click destroy, damage entity. We would just go in the drops. If 2 drops. We just go down here. If it was by the player, drop dot cooldown pickup end time is equal to now plus 2. So that would actually solve the immediate problem of us not having our own factory kind of sucked up by the thing. So let's see. Let's see if this does the trick. Destroy this. No, it's getting picked up straight away. 2 entity drops on... Okay, my bad. This is a player. If it was killed by... Handle to entity if killed by player, then we will do that. Oh, that feels so much better. So it's got like a 2-second end time, which is cool. I think we could also maybe get away with, once it goes to the end here, just so we can pick it up, let's do a tiny little conveyor. Look at that. So now it's just going to wait a second on the item before picking it up, which will let us kind of go in and pick it up instead. Oh man, that is such quality of life. Ah, it's beautiful. Oh, I also need to stop this from happening. It's like emptying the entire thing instantly. This is crazy. That's a bug. How do we fixie? Let's see. Well, I guess let me step into it. Do this in a fresh world. So we gotta figure out why this is happening. I also want to turn this off. So we'll just turn it on whenever we have the GUI thing up. Cool. Alright, let's figure this out. So, let's do a break here. Tempt extract. How do I break on this? I could probably do like a... All right. So, at this stage, oh really? I can actually break on here. Nice. So we take away one there, and we advance. And now next time around, we have the item, right? 1 pine wood, and we're gonna progress it along the belt, right? So we got 1 pine wood, pointing to the progress, and a 0 on the next slot. So if progress is greater than or equal to a thinger, do that. Else, we increment the progress. Very nice. Progress is greater than or equal to 1. Progress equal 1. Yeah. So that gets progressed along in the conveyor lane, which is good. Let's try this again. Step through. Progress is whatever that is. So then we just advance the progress a little bit. I don't see why it's it's instantly just taking a bunch off. It's almost like it's taking the whole thing. Like it's getting to the end, regardless of the time. Like it's just taking the whole thing. Wait. Get item we can yoink from entity. Yoinky. Does it... like... really no. Tell you what, let's try out the new GPT-5 and see if it can spot the bug. Let's see. Where are we? Conveyor. Extractor. Okay. Commit everything just in case. Fixed Suckatron, added Suckatron, pick up cooldown, disable blights for conveyors. What else? Wire recipe is now full. Yeah. Let's go to the changelog real quick. Gotta make sure that I'm keeping this nice. Wire recipe is now... Recipe now gives full. Okay. Stuff. Can I leave that blank? No. Alright. Let's see if the homie can spot the bug. I've got a bug where the extractor conveyor is dumping out an entire stack of items really quickly instead of doing them one by one. It's not instantaneous, but it seems to be happening across a few frames where it drains the whole stack in quick succession. Let's throw it on agent. See what happens. can find the bug, then I'll be impressed. So the Odin extension, one of your recent videos. This is another language that's basically C++ with a different compiler. No. It's kind of like a modern C replacement. Do you have a Discord group open, or is it just for those who play this of the game? It's just for players right now. So, yeah, for anyone who actually gets the game on Steam, like gets in the playtest, then there's a link to join the Discord. Never coded in C. Odin is a good way to start learning. No. I don't think Odin's a good way to start learning a low-level language. I think like learn C and then make the jump to Odin. It'll be a lot easier. Maybe? I don't know. I wish there were like a really good Odin course thing that just kind of like went from zero. Interesting. But yeah, the Odin docs are notoriously hard and difficult to get into. So a beginner who doesn't have any C experience at all, or like any low-level programming experience, is probably going to die. And it'll suck. How's Strike? How you doing, bro? Do some cool streamer stuff, Randy, for me to watch his VOD on road trip tomorrow. I got you, bro. Today's gonna be a big day. Hello to you watching on road trip tomorrow. Tell you what we're gonna do today. This goes for everyone, all right? The goal, if you weren't here at the start, maybe like 20-30 minutes ago, is to make conveyor belts, or really automation, better today. That's the main thing, right? So right now I'm working on the Circuitron filter. Oh, right now I'm actually trying to debug why extractors are being weird, but there's a few things I want to nut off. Splitters and a belt crossing module. These guys are going to be pretty big. So I have an idea for how to do both. Probably nut them out today. In one shot. Should be good. Yeah. And then see what happens after I do those, because I'm not sure what to do after that. I think it's probably just going to be a matter of getting the playtest out and then seeing what the next bottleneck of game design is. Because, you know, I can like guess at things, but it'll be better to just see what the players are saying and what needs to get added. Because I think after this, it's just going to be a matter of going back and adding in more content to the game. So like maybe another biome, maybe add in the dungeons. Actually, really need to integrate the new enemies into the game design, because like they're still not feeling great. So I feel like there needs to be a drop for Stumpy, Better drop for Stumpy plus some kind of quest, I would say. A resource drop would be great. A useful resource drop from a mob would be huge, because then you could try and automate farming them. So we'll see, dude. Man, taking a sweet ass time. But it's trying hard, bro. It's successfully grepping through the code base though, which is good. So it's getting good context. But I would rather it take longer and just one-shot it, of course, than be instant and not actually fix the problem, right? I guess we'll see what happens. But while that's happening, I guess let me stare at the code base to see if I can also spot the bug myself. Oh, it's making some code. I don't think the cooldown is the problem. It seems like just like a little one-liner thing. Get item we can yoink. It might be that the progress isn't getting reset. That's probably it, actually. If I had to guess. If desk kind equal conveyor, then yeah, the progress gets zeroed. Puff off at center of hole. Yeah, the progress is just sometimes not getting zeroed. Now that I think about it, that's totally the problem. No, it just hallucinated the bug. Respectable attempt, though. But I'm pretty sure the problem is just that the progress isn't getting zeroed sometimes. If I had to guess. Should be hitting this spot here, I think. I had to guess. Destination kind, there's nothing there. Yeah, it just wasn't getting zeroed. Let's see. Problem solved. Question mark, question mark. There we go. GG, dude. Alright, nice. That was a little bit silly of me. Definitely a nice little one-liner. Well, Still have a long way to go, buddy. Still have a long way to go, but that's alright. I'm sure on a different problem, it would have been better. Fixed extractor bug. Bonk. All right. Ailol. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Maybe mobs have special organ to drop to help fertilize. Yeah, we need something. We need something to integrate it. Is Odin more game dev oriented? Why would I use it opposed to C or C++? I wouldn't call it game dev oriented. I would just call it better than C and C++. So you run into less problems at scale. OpenAI in shambles. Odin book by Carl Zelinsky. It's got some good stuff in it. Yeah, that's actually a really good starting point. I keep forgetting that exists. But in general, yeah, like if you're just starting learning about like memory in a low level language, then it's probably not a good starting point. Because there needs to be some kind of like basic education on what memory actually is, what it looks like. Like for example, you know, just being able to do this. Like take a variable and then grab the address of that and then go look it up in memory to see what the thing actually is. And then understanding like what the fuck this is, right? I'm sure you could get that from like some kind of Harvard C course, probably. I think there's a Harvard C course. Introduction to Computer Science. I recall there being something here. Dude, where's the fucking overview? Come on. I don't know, but you'll be able to find it if you want to. But yeah, just understanding that and like the size of the different types and stuff in C would be easier, and then you can make the switch to Odin as soon as you kind of got that down pat. Because the tricky thing with Odin is like sometimes it just looks super high level, like you're not using types or anything, because it's just implicitly really good. But you need the fundamentals to know what's actually happening behind the scenes. Otherwise, you're kind of in for a world of hurt. Okay, so that's that solved. All right, so I just solved the issue of the, oh shit. Oh no, I just picked up all my stuff, it's fine. I solved the issue of, you know, building around Suckatrons simply by just adding a cooldown to the items. So, you know, we can suck these up. Or we could walk away. Actually, that's not hitting the range. We could walk away and, you know, that would get sucked back up. So, nice little middle ground. Improves quality of life with this a little bit, which is good. We still need the item filters though, purely for gameplay, I think. Or maybe not item filters at this level, but maybe like filters at the extraction level. I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, it would probably be better and more robust to just have either a filter on the extractor that would let you kind of like branch off like this and filter stuff out. Like that would probably be better. I don't know. Could also probably put a cooldown on the extractors. And then that would essentially serve as a splitter. Like, it would basically be a splitter at that point, right? Like, you've just made a splitter. I don't know. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Because if you add a delay on these guys by like, I don't know, like 500 milliseconds or whatever, you would essentially have a splitter. The only thing I'm worried about is what if it gets to the end before it can extract, and then it would just pop off the end and would kind of suck. But you could maybe just place a block down and now it wouldn't pop off and instead it would back up. Or maybe do one of these. So then you would essentially bookmark it and back it up. But it might not be that intuitive to the player to do that. I'm not sure. It also feels like a bit of a scuffed solution to me. But yeah, I mean, you could do that, or maybe you could do that. That didn't do anything though. I didn't even realize that I would be able to bookmark it like that until then. Yeah, I think adding a delay to these guys would probably solve the problem. Delay plus filter, and that would add a lot to automation, I think. I don't know. Not sure, dude. Not quite sure. Subaru, how you doing, bro? Didius, get on up. I like the idea of a splitter as long as you have the extractor curve directed to the right or left. This is an interesting thing. Because it got me thinking, why doesn't Factorio have right angle inserters? And I saw a reply from the dev on a forum and it said, because it reduces the puzzle of the game. Now, the extractors are essentially the inserters in this game. So I don't really know if I would want to do a right angle extractor. like being able to do just that and curve it off. Because I mean, you could essentially do that by doing that, and it would be fine. Right? Maybe. I don't know. But maybe you do also just want to be able to curve it like that. Not sure. Get them curves in, bro. Yeah. I don't know, dude. Don't know what the solution is here. 'Cause it's just kind of wonky. To me. It feels a bit wonky. So yeah, that would essentially be a right angle inserter. It would maybe kind of suck. I don't know. It would also be a bit harder to program, so I don't think I'm going to do that. But we'll see. I have the right to go back on any of my decisions if they turn out to be bad. Yeah, I mean, I think this as a splitter would be an alright idea. You would just put a delay on these guys, but I'm not sure what kind of downstream consequences that would have. Because, yeah, what if it goes past the belt and at the end? You could just make it so that items don't get popped off the belt when they hit the end. Yeah. I think just making items not pop off the belt would be good. Then it would be a little rough because your factories could get clogged. The reason I add the item pop off at the end, I think, was so that I could easily make it so that you could, I mean, this isn't a workbench you can automate, but so that items that when noise would get popped off. But maybe not. Maybe I can keep that. Just also stop them from being doinked off at the end. Because I would rather you opt into that behavior by having an explicit, like, reverse extractor. Like a pop off Pharrell. That would actually just boop, pop it off out into the world. You could even dig a hole, maybe, and then that would cause it to pop off. Who knows? No. No, that would suck too much. Because then the underground building would be broken with that. So you would need a specialized machine, I think, to pop off. Which is fine. Yeah. So I think think this is the way forward. Oh, actually, you couldn't do just a timer with these, because what if it isn't a constant stream? If it was just a timer, it would prioritize one or the other. Like, if we did this, for example, and then another one later on, it's like, even if this were a timer, but they were kind of spaced further apart, this one would still always get prioritized. Because they would both be trying to take something. So in that case, you would need state across the things, but it would quickly break down, right? And you could maybe have some internal state. Where it would just, okay, it took one off last time, so it's gonna wait maybe like an extra 10 milliseconds before taking it off. But I don't know. Just like wait an extra frame before it takes off. So then it would give the other ones a chance to catch up, but then how would you reset that? No, it would get pretty complicated pretty quick. Yes. Yeah, so Factorio has the same thing. It's just random. Depends on internal update order. And I don't know that you could solve that problem without explicitly having a splitter. So I think we need a splitter. I think you need a splitter for that. Yeah. Alright, well, the dream of doing a splitter without a splitter is impossible. So we need a new item, which is just a splitter that would kind of split these down the middle. In Factorio, splitter also acts as a joiner to like merge two lanes into one. Which is also interesting. Okay, so splitter's definitely gonna get done. What else? Power pass through, belt crossing, cyclotron filter. Right, I was trying to think about if instead of the cyclotron filter, I could do a filter on the extractor. So then, you know, you could probably just get away with doing one of these. If you wanted to clean up an output. So say this has like a bunch of stuff going in. You would have this guy filter for just wood and this guy filter for just whatever. And that way you could get a way of cleaning up a belt. Yeah, I like that idea. So I don't know what the interface for this is going to look like specifically though. We can just do an E kind of thing like this. Not sure. Interesting. You could have a blacklist and a whitelist. So you would whitelist only, let's say, wood on this side. And then like, I don't know, fiber or something on this side. And then on here, you could blacklist both of those. So then it would actually take the remaining. That way you could clean up a belt line fully. If there was any kind of random stuff going in here, then it would make it so that all the excess would kind of just go out here. And only what you wanted would go off this way. That would be interesting. And that way it would never get clogged as well. That is interesting. So yeah, blacklist and whitelist. Yeah, so then the filtering happens at the conveyor level, not the suck level. The suck will not discriminate. Should be good, dude. Look up funnels and create mod. I might. Or Brass Tunnel? Yeah, I think I remember that. They could check to see if multiple attach to the same bell and then coordinate the others. Yeah, so the problem with that is that, like, it's complicated as shit. And just because it could be done doesn't mean that it should be done. Because if it's complicated internally, it's also complicated for the player to understand, which leads to kind of bad design, right? So it's better to just solve the problem else how, I think, instead of trying to overload it too much. Interface is just an inventory of fake items and it grows. Also a toggle for include, exclude. Right. Alright, let me read Twitch chat now. How we doing, guys? Hey, deal with draw order in 2D. I have a Z layer. A fake kind of Z layer enum that I use for everything. But for the play space itself, everything within the play space, which is the world, right, gets sorted by the Y height. For top down. But then everything else is just your classic rendering auto. So within a layer, you know, it's stable. Did you try Battlefield 6 yet? No. Yes, if you send a 30-second clip of Brass Tunnels, I will watch it. But it'll have to be in Twitch chat, because YouTube links won't go through. But are you talking about the funnels? Or like the tunnel things that go off the side? To extract stuff out? Probably not. Brass funnel. Brass tunnel. Create. Yeah. I remember these. Oh, sorry. I don't think I ever got around to the brass ones, but I do remember just the normal tunnels. Right?
Hello everyone, and welcome welcome back to another video from the Minecraft Create mod, where today we are going to be taking a little look at these. So this is the andesite tunnel, and this is its brass counterpart, the brass tunnel. And these are really useful for being able to change how you're distributing goods which are coming in from your farms. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little look at our tunnels going down and have a bit of a chat about how these guys work. And to begin with, we're going to be focusing on the brass tunnels because they are considerably more useful than the andesite ones, and I'll get into why once we get down to the bottom of this little run here. But for now, we will just be focusing on the brass ones. Making them isn't too challenging. If we come over into JEI just over here, we can have a little look at them, so we can see that they do distribute items, and so they are very useful to work with farms. So this little chest that we've got over here, this is representing your average tree farm. Good old Create, we know that it is very good for making farms like this, and this is the sort of output you're going to get from it. All sorts of jumbled up items in there just because we've been growing different types of trees. And the first thing that we can do with these tunnels that makes life nice and easy for us is they have a little filter slot that you can see just in the front there. And so what we can say is, well, if this is a tree farm, then I just want to filter away all of the different pieces of wood. I'm not too fussed about everything else. So what I'll do is I'll place my oak there, my dark oak, my birch, my jungle, and my acacia if that's what I'm farming, and these tunnels are going to be able to split out these items from everything else. And because we've left this one on the end blank, with nothing in that filter slot when we set this off, everything that is filtered will go through those, and everything else is going to come through here and get saved up in this chest, which for example could be being used to bin stuff, for example. Maybe you're just going to burn away the sticks. And so now when we set this farm off, what we should find is that all of our items are just going to come out of our chest, again same as if it's coming out of a tree farm, but now it's all going to get carefully segregated away from each other, with all of the woods that we want to keep coming out and just going into their respective chests, or the junk coming into the one at the end. And this just means that those tunnels have made it very easy for us to be able to separate away different items of wood and different things away from each other. Useful when you've got farms that are bringing in a lot of different types.
Splitter and filter in one. Okay, I understand.
Of items. But what if you don't have a farm that's got lots of different types of items? What if it's just a cobble farm and it is chucking out cobble like nobody's business, and you just want to be able to split it all away so you've not just got one chest constantly filling up? Perhaps you've got 4 different outputs all going to different types of farms. One that's going to make gravel, one that's going to make iron, and all you want to do is split this cobble away without having to have 4 separate cobble farms. Well, luckily, good old tunnels are able to do this as well. For this, we're not going to need to set any filter items because it's just working with cobble. Instead, we're going to be using the inputs which are on the top. And you can see what options you've got for what these tunnels can do if you hover your mouse cursor over the input slot that you can see so that it's highlighted, and then hold down your right mouse button, and it will bring up a little HUD as you can see. So we can see that we have got 7 different inputs that we can choose from. Some of which are more obvious than others, randomized probably being the most obvious, but the others are a little bit obscure if you're not too sure what you're looking at. We'll go through them one at a time though, and we'll have a look and see where they're useful. So we'll start off with split. That is our first option. And what split does is it will take in any stacks coming in from a farm, and then it will split it down by the number of tunnels that you've got in sequence. So you'll notice that where these tunnels are all sitting side by side, they have got one border that runs right the way around the edge of them. And that is because these 4 are connected together. So any stack that comes through and comes into one of these tunnels is going to split down by 4. It's going to split into quarters. If there was only 2 tunnels, it would split down into just halves. So if we set this little farm off, we can see all of our cobble starts coming down. We'll be able to see that these big stacks are immediately going to split down into quarters. And this is a really easy way to break down what's coming in from a farm into evenly sized portions. So we're each going to go into these chests, and each one is going to fill up with exactly the same amount, assuming of course that the stack could be broken down into that number. If it's an odd number or anything like that, then there'll be 1 or 2 bits and pieces difference, but for the most part it will split it down as evenly as it possibly can. And there we go, everything has gone in, and as we can see, each of our 4 chests at the end has got exactly the same amount of cobble in them, broken down nice and perfectly. One thing to note, if I just turn this farm around...
It would be a bit different because the constraints are different, right? I basically make it so you can only have 1 item going through at a time, so there's no stack, so it's significantly less complicated. So I would imagine splitter and round robin mode go in the same bucket here for me. But the interesting thing here is that it's essentially a splitter and a filter in one, and you can customize the length of the thing, which is pretty cool.
I send it whizzing back in the opposite direction. They do not combine back together again at the end. It will just spit all of the items out if it doesn't have a belt to go onto. But that's only a very minor inconvenience. It's unlikely you're going to be turning your farm around anytime soon. Anyway, so that was the split one. What is our next option? Well, our next option, assuming we are going to skip over the forced split and forced round robin, because we'll talk about them on the next contraption, the next one to take a look at here is going to be the round robin. And this isn't going to use all of the tunnels at the same time. Instead, if I just set this one back off again, what this is going to do is it's going to keep all of the cobble coming through in stacks, but instead of splitting it down, it's just going to make them go through each of the tunnels one at a time. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ultimately, it's going to achieve exactly the same thing as splitting the stacks would. We're still going to end up with all of the cobble that's down at the bottom being split into 4 even piles because we have 4 different tunnels that it's going through. It's just going to make it a slightly different way by taking it in turns rather than breaking down each of the stacks. Where this is particularly useful is it means that we've still got the cobble being broken down into 4 stacks, but there are gaps on the belt. So if you want to be able to add in other items to go in as well, it's not taking up the entirety of the belt since we're going to split stacks down. You've still got these nice little gaps, so you're able to add in other ingredients, other components, whatever it is you want to be sending through too. And next of our options, we have our HUD, skipping over the forced round robin. Next we've got the preferred nearest. And what this is going to do is it means that the input is going to always go out of the nearest tunnel, which has got an available output. So what I've done to demonstrate that one is I filled up this chest most of the way with oak planks, and this was well. What we'll see is the cobble is going to come through and use this tunnel because it's the nearest with an output. It's going to go into the chest, and then once this gets filled up, it then moves on to the next one. Send that one day long. Go a little bit faster than that for us. Here comes our stacks. You can see it's using only the nearest available tunnel. These all going into the chest, and once that chest filled up, it's starting to use the next nearest tunnel along. Once that one fills up, it uses the next nearest tunnel along. So you can see this is just a way of filling up chest one after another rather than having all filling up at the same time. And the last setting to take a look at on this contraption is going to be the randomize, which again is the one that exactly does what it says on the cam. And what it will do is instead of going around so this random factor. So these ones are all coming through. Let's have a look at how well they stack up. You may not see it as a waste product. And when you've got that much iron coming through, you're probably going to want to be able to compress it down and store it much more compactly, which is what this setting is doing. So we've got one little basic here, which is our press lever, which is going to crush down iron nuggets into ingots. And then we've got 2 sets up one after another, which will crush iron nuggets into ingots and then the ingots into blocks. So it's just a way of getting 3 different types of iron from one farm. And we've also got one belt at the front, which is set up to just let nugget go through.
Alright. So I don't like how overloaded it is. Because the more you overload functionality on a single thing, the more you start playing the settings game, right? And the UI for the thing gets bigger and bigger. So I think I'll still probably, because it's also ultimately way more complicated. I had to watch a tutorial to understand what that was, right? Which is probably a no-no. If we were to do the same thing, it would look like this, right? And you would essentially have to watch a tutorial to understand that you can even do this to begin with. Because it's not obvious at all. Like, at a glance, you can't understand what's happening here. But now, if this were just a splitter, and pretend this looked like one block, like this, at a glance, you would now understand, oh yeah, this is splitting things off. Cool. Just pretend this actually looks like a splitter and it's one block, right? So I would rather do the design in the blocks, like what Factorio has, instead of doing the, you know, trying to make a more complicated block and user interface and all that kind of stuff. Because it adds to the complexity, which adds to the understanding, and it makes the game harder to play. So it is an interesting idea. I think like you could probably maybe get away with a separate block that isn't an extractor that would tile to make this a bit easier to understand. But you could probably have a splitter. Like let's just think about the splitter, right? Because the extractor, I'm already kind of sold on the idea of this filtering, and that would be fine. But if you had a splitter, you place one down, and then another next to it, still you would kind of need to place, like accidentally place two next to each other to understand that, or it connects out and can be a variable length. So yeah, I don't know if I like that idea either. I think just a single block splitter, Factorio style, would be fine. And then yeah, add that with filters, and then we've got ourselves the next version of automation, which should be way more expressive, what you can pull off. All right, sold. I'm gonna do that. Let's see. So I'm going to start off, we're going to get rid of the Suckertron filter. I'm going to say extractor filter plus splitters. That is the next thing to tackle. So I need a way of editing the extractor. So I'm going to try and get this setup working. I could just make it your hover, press E, that opens up the menu for now. I would really like to redesign the input to make it click based. But right now, click is to destroy, so it's a bit rough. Could also maybe make it right click to open. That would probably work better. Yeah, for now I'm just going to do an E open, I think, like this. And we've got to design out the interface. So, let's have a think. Let's have a bit of a think. Boom, 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 boom. So hover this, click, and then it shows all, like a kind of drop down of all the items here. Or maybe we go the ghost route, where there's a certain amount of slots and your inventory also opens, so that you would take the item that you want and you would click it onto this, and that would essentially make the little ghost item. That would work as well. That would probably be easier to pull off, I think. Yes. And then once you click one on, you could just kind of have another one pop up. And it could expand to like whatever. Or you would just have a fixed amount. Like so. And then just a toggle off to the side, which is allow. And when you check it, it just inverts it to, what's the kind of the word here? What'd you call it? An adjective? Or a verb? I'm not too good at English. But yeah, allow slash disallow. Like, what's a better... What's a better name for this? What's this called as well? Where you have one and then you have the opposite of one? What's that called? It's like a... antonym? Maybe? I would guess. Antonym, yeah. Include, exclude, yep. That's good. Include, exclude. So yeah. You would just have like a little toggle button. Which would essentially toggle between these two things. So include would be, I don't know, like a circle or something. exclude, you could just change this to an X. So this would be like a toggle, right? It would turn into that when you click on it. And yeah, you could put into the filter by just dragging the item on. Bonk. I think that is the UI for it. So yeah, let's tackle that for the extractors. Filter extractor. This is going to be huge. It's going to be pretty freaking huge, boy. Prefer the gross item as a player? Yeah, me too. Me too. I don't like hunting and pecking through a list. It's also way easy to implement. Some guy joined my stream share yesterday and told me to switch from Zen to Arc. Yeah. Yeah, I was on Arc for a while. And then I was on Edge for a while. Isn't it crazy how easy some cool stuff is in game dev and some really lame stuff is? Yes. Yes. The trap is thinking that just because it's hard, it's worth it. When in reality, it's kind of the opposite. I like picking how can I do things in the least amount of steps so I can move on to solving the next design problem. Alright, so the plan right now is to make filter extractors. So I want to have a little UI for this that lets me choose what to take off the belt. It's going to look a little something like this. And you will get to include or exclude certain items to change how the extractor works. That way you could have a bunch of, you know, messy stuff in here like redwood logs or coins or whatever. And they would each get split out into the proper chest. So that's kind of the goal right now. Let's get into it. Let's get into it, dude. Go time. Alright. Alright, dude. Did I just break? God fucking damn it. I keep forgetting to save. It's the bane of my existence, man. Bonk, bonk. Okay. Find where the extractor is. And it's really just going to be a matter of adding a UI to this. So let me look at maybe things like the chest or whatever. And we'll just yoinky sploinky copy it across. Entity UX mode to open when nearby. Just use that. So we're going to need to find one of these, change it to extractor filter. Add that guy in. And we will make that real quick. So let me go find an example. Probably easiest one, most similar one. Probably the Suckatron. The Suckatron. Oh yeah. So I kind of want to use the new UI system for this instead of doing it by hand. So I might give that a shot as well. We'll see. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna copy the whole thing. We ball, dude. It's not worth it. So I'd have to also upgrade the inventory, probably. Can't be asked. Can't be asked, dude. Alright. Just knock this out. Real quick. Will there be nukes in the game? No comment. Probably not. You might be able to generalize this filter UI for future machines. Yeah, let me think about how I can make it general ahead of time and add an extra hour to me doing this. That sounds like a great idea. No, I've done that too many times in the past. A better way I found is to just do the thing caveman style, and then when you need a second one later on, copy paste it again. And then we need a third one later on, copy paste it again. And then we need a fourth one later on. Maybe start thinking about doing the abstraction. Or just copy paste it again. Way faster that way. It's the fallacy of the engineer. It's like, oh yeah, let me like think about how I can abstract this first, because it'll save me time further down the line. But in reality, you shoot yourself in the foot, because You don't even know what the abstraction should look like. You can't abstract when you have 1 as a sample size. And the more things you have to sample the abstraction from, like 3 or 4, then it's way easier to make it. All right. Yubby. Yo. What up? Super Stumpy. Yeah. Yeah. We need Super Stumpy. Alright. Let's go. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I am gonna make this using the new UI system. So I don't have to auto layout. Also, I don't have to do manual layout like a peasant. Let's see, do I have an example somewhere? I think we do in the widget. Sorry, the tooltip. This guy. Yup. I'm trying to get a background box rendering. I wonder. If I could just do that. Okay. Got that much. Now we gotta figure out why this isn't rendering. Okay. Width of the Y is 0. Wonder why that is. Oh, because we're just on the Y-axis. That makes sense. Min is 0, max is... Min is 0. Y is a negative 90. Max is 0 and 90. Negative 0, negative 90. And then 90, 0. Right. Having to re-import all this shit. Alright. So the problem is 0, 0 is down here, right? So it's just rendering off screen. Which is fine, because that's like that. Okay. Just misunderstanding things. Which is fine. So I guess that in order to make this work, I think I might know a trick. I might. I'm just trying to get the UI system behaving as I would expect it in my brain, where the top left is 0, 0. I mean, not really 0, 0, but like this box would just draw on the top left. So I think I can get that happening if I simply just change this. I actually think I would need to do something a bit different. There we go. All right, now we're talking. Now we are talking. That might have broken some things. Let's see. Yep. Alright, let's check the... I think I can stop explicitly pushing this parent in general, and that should be fine. Let's see. Oh no, it's just trying to take the percent parent. Interesting. Can I make this not floating? Just not break it. Come back around to fixing that later, I think. Just want to break it for now. Okay. So, back to this guy with 90 and then one of those. So, I would imagine that in order to center this, all you would really need to do is one of these. And that would bring it into the center. There we go. And then we just got to bring it across. But instead, I'm just gonna kind of do a Cent parent maybe 0.2. Just space it off the top. And then probably eyeballed this, but ideally it should be centered based on the inventory from earlier. Okay. And then now to get this across, we just do a UI row. That'll center it. Very nice. I don't know why that's flashing so much. Bit weird. A little bit strange, but that's okay, man. It's kind of hard to format this, but here we go. Yeah, I don't know why that's flashing on and off. It's a bit weird. Note, this is relying on us being at the top left with a parent box size to the screen. Cool. We doing, chap? When do you live in Australia? This was 45 minutes ago. No. Doing great. That's good. I like to hear that, man. I'm doing swell. It's a little bit slow for this UI because it's my first time trying to do it with the new UI system. But yeah, we got it now. It's sitting there nicely. So what I could do here is I could size to whatever I really needed. I mean, I could size by children even. Size from children. Try to rename this to size by children. Yeah, could have a nice auto size UI box. Should be cool. Make sure this works. I'll push it up. I also need to at some point make the startup time better because it's fucking dog shit right now. It's a little bit silly. UI for UI spacing. Say better UI default spacing. That'll be good. So we can kind of flesh out everything that's in here real quick. This is how I'm going to draw the entire UI. So a title up top for, let's say, filter title, and then maybe like 5 filters or something. I'm not sure. Not sure yet. We'll see. Let's go back into this, and I'm going to AFK for a little bit. Why should I AFK a window? Around the wall. The Great Wall. No one will touch me. Alright. I'll be back in like 30 or so. BRB. Yeah. What's up, guys? The factory is completely stalled. It's Jova. I would imagine that it's all these logs here. It's probably like a fucking 144. It's so over, dude. There's probably also some items over here that's just completely clogged. Let's see. Oh, this is horrible. Oh. Oh. Gonna have to do something about that eventually. Because if I had to guess, it's the items. That's the problem. If I had to guess. Oh shit, yeah. The fiber farm here. That's what it would be. I'll have to do some kind of like item stacking feature, I think. Also, that shouldn't be that slow. It's really just because I don't have a spatial partition on the physics system. It would pretty much completely kill the, kill things. You know, batch rendering dropped items? No. It's not the rendering that's killing it, it's the physics. So just adding a spatial partition would fix, but I am too lazy, and it's not that bad right now. Just don't go AFK. Alright, so let's get back to working on this filter, eh? And then I gotta figure out what to do next. I was just like in the shower thinking about life and what to tackle next. Man. This E thing is going to make the filters really hard to tune. But it should be possible. Alright, let's get back to business. Oh yeah! So I think... yeah, let's just get crack-a-lackin'. Eventually, we're going to have the perfect utopia of I'm going to be able to go AFK for a full 6 hours and the game's going to be fully stable. But until then, it's not going to be perfect. That's alright, as long as we ship. Solve the bottlenecks as they come. Alright, well, yeah, let's get the filter done, and then, let's see, filter, splitter, ship, I think. Filter, splitter, not sure about the belt crossing. Or the I mean, the pass-through would be good. I'm not sure about the belt crossing though, because I'm kind of going to solve that later down the line with... I mean, it would be pretty easy to put in actually, now that I think about it. Let me fix the Glowshroom spawn bug. And then these guys can wait for later. I can go below the line. This would slightly improve the electricity system. Yep. So I'm gonna... This is the list before V19. Not sure how long that's gonna take. But definitely cannot get that all done in the next 4 hours. 3 hours, I think I got left. We'll see. Just see how fast I can do this, dude. Let's go, speed run. Alright. So, I need a... Parent box, and then push parent box UA row. Oops. Oops, it is. And then this guy. Why is it not showing? Or the draw flag. Okay. That should work, but it doesn't. So I've got a bug in the UI layout, I think. All right. Why isn't this working? I think we might have a bug in the UI layout, which is a bit sad. Might have something to do with the fact this is flickering on and off. Maybe. Bound to happen. Just eating the cost of the UI system. The new UI system. If I had to guess, it's because one of these was 0. So I've got to figure out why this is being a little bit stubborn. Odin HTTP in the file view. No, it's not for multiplayer. That's just for sending things with PostHog. Okay. So, I gotta figure out why this isn't working. Do I even have size by children? Actually, don't even have it implemented, bro. Well, that explains it. What? Oh no, from children. Okay, well, I think the best course of action is going to be do one of these. It might also be I think the memory issue with the temporary print. We'll see. 714. Interesting that the key is blank. I mean, it might be a spacer. Should be a spacer. Ooh. Well, that makes sense. Hold up. Let's take a look here. Root, extraction filter. So we're gonna go down into the child. So first. And down the child again. Next, extract filter icon %extra 0. Okay. So yeah, next this, and then we go down to the next, which all right, that was the padding. I mean, that might be why, but let's see. What did I do here? Right, I forgot to %V that. Might be why. No. Okay. So I'm gonna need to debug the living shit out of this. So UI box, extraction filter, size by children. Let me push a row. Which percent parent, size by children. Oh, the row is percent parent? Interesting. The row needs to be sized by children. Okay, so this is probably wrong then. So, skill issue. There we go. It was a skill issue all along. Well, that explains it. I wonder if I could, like, maybe crash there. I'm not sure. Because that's, like, technically kind of a bug. I don't know. Because, like, the percent parent of the row like if we do a size by children here, which I kind of need to rename. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. So if it's from parent, it will loop up to find the root. But if it's downward, then we're going to recurse down And then we do size by children. So if we're going down and there's a thing below us is sized by children, then alright, sorry. If we are sized by children and the thing below us child size. The total probably log an error here to stop this from happening in future. I'm not sure. No, this loops through. Wait. We look at the child. And then the child next. Yeah, it's just one layer of inheritance for our children. So you could probably say if total child size is equal to 0, then log error. Size by children is empty for sizing or size by children except our children are 0. Probably a bug. Not sure. It's a bug sometimes, it's a bug not other times. Yeah, well, just one of those things I'm gonna have to endure. All right. Let's make this puppy a size by children. And then another padding down below. We have our little filter list. Now I'm just going to add include on the first pass because I think it's the most important. Digging this shit up's a pain in the ass. All right. So it'll be like that, right? That'll let you filter. So let me real quick do a... Any increased startup time? That would be kind of cool. And compile time. That would be excellent. One day. One day. All right. Let's do a filter. So basically what we do is want to make this responsive. Signal from box. What is this? Nope. So we need data for the filters. I'll probably just chuck them somewhere. Somewhere in the entity. Let's take a look. So it'll happen here. Attempt extract yoinky. So then we just also check the kind. So I would imagine probably just throw it on the entity. So kind filter. Fuck it, let's do a dynamic array, just cause we can. Just cause we can, dude. I'll leak the living fuck out of this. wonder. Could I, up here, go if e kind filter dot allocator, it's empty. We could reserve this guy. So then we could use that. Have held item kind not equal to nil. Then we go e dot filter at I is equal to held item kind. Otherwise, we zero it. And so what that means is we can also draw a sprite. If box dot if the kind filter is not equal to nil, one of those. Let's see. Look at that. Easy clap. It's not zeroing out though, which is weird. Little bit strange. Why isn't that doing anything? Ah. Keep forgetting it's persisting across frames. So... I keep running into that bug. I'm not really sure how to fix that. Yeah, there we go. So we've got the filters on now. Got an interface for going up and marking up what you want, which is very cool. So all that's left to do is maybe we could zero just certain things each frame, like the color and whatnot. The only thing we need to actually persist is the things needed for the cross-frame interaction. Opt in instead of opt out. Zeno, thanks for the prime, brother. Appreciate it. Moonwood, how you doing, man? Well, the only thing left is to actually filter it. So we can do if yoinky, the thing we're trying to yoink is not equal to nil, and slice dot contains. If the array of our self filter, if the yoinky dot kind is in the filter, then we'll yoink it. There we go. That literally should be the filtering done. That wasn't too hard at all. Bit of fucking around with the UI system, but it's feeling pretty good to me, dude. We also gotta make sure that we filtered. Go to true if kind. Right. Gonna have to actually loop over the filter. If f not equal to nil, filter true. Should yoink equal true by default. Has filter item. Has filter set. Is equal to true. So if f is not equal to nil, has filter set is false. But if the filter is not equal to empty, then we have a filter set. If we have a filter set, if has filter set should yoink equal true. Tell you what, let's do one of these. If has filter set, then we'll check if the slice contains it. Else true. There you go. Problem solved. So that should extract. All of the excess stuff. Alright, moment of truth. We got the filters set. Nice little UI for it. So we can go over here, you know, mark up some logs. Pretty nice. Same with this guy. And if we chuck in some logs and some fiber and some other random stuff, what will happen? Alright, logs are getting filtered. That's good. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Absolutely flawless. Some get filtered one way, the others get filtered the other way. Very cool. Me likey. The ultimate test. Look at that, dude. Easy clap. The great filtering has been complete. And if we just chuck some random shit in there as well. Like, I don't know, some batteries. Then they'll just pass right through. All right, now we're cooking. Now we are cooking, dude. Magnificent. All right, that's filters done and dusted. Added filtering. Added item filtering to extractors. You know, maybe you could have a special kind of extractor that filters. And it just does more. I don't know. Instead of just putting them on everything. Not really sure. But now we'll just chuck it on everything, see what happens. Splitters, up next. Let's do it. The promised day of the filter update has come. Yeah. Oh yeah. Schlagger. How you doing, brother? Oh yeah. Yeah, we're cracking it, dude. Oh yeah. Sitting back in my gamer chair. And now it is time. There were a bug, maybe memory link, iron, and logs were flying around from ages ago. It's actually not a bug or a memory leak. It's a skill issue on my part. When the frames get low, the sim kind of crumbles a little bit with item pickup, so things fly off into the distance, back and forth. And I gotta figure out how to fix it. All right, let's do it. In fact, I could maybe kind of fixie, but I'm not sure. Love new stream summaries. Good to hear it, man. Busy the last few days. Nice to catch the process. Yeah. Good to hear that they're useful. I'm having fun making them. They actually don't take too long. The one yesterday only took me like 45 minutes to edit. That's pretty good. Alright, let's do some splitters. Let's do some splitters, shall we? I'm gonna need a new sprite for this. So I wonder if the filter extractors should actually have their own recipe. Anyway, let's get them splitters going. Yeah. How do I like... merge this? Alright, how are we going to do the splitter? I wonder. Actually, it's probably more like doing it in the middle. So yeah, that'll work, I believe. Okay. Let's make a splitter. So this is going to be a bit of a tricky one. But it should be easy enough. Well, I guess let me just get it placed first. I can think about it. So the tricky part about this is going to be the fact that it's a 2x1. I've never done a 2x1 before. Although it should, in theory, be fine. I think I set up the code in a way where it's doable. Pretty sure. All right, let's do it. That was easier than I thought it would be. It's a bit wonky on the top down. Because it changes. Interesting. Changes on the, yeah, so the rotation is going to be the hard part. Interesting. I thought I would be making this dynamic. Bit wild. So I just need to update the building real quick. Man, this is gonna be so satisfying. It's just something about factory builders, dude. It's like Lego. I think that's it. It's Lego for people who have outgrown Lego. No, I'm saying you can never really outgrow Lego. Man. But, yeah. You get what I'm putting down, man. Let's see. Let's figure out how to do this rotation properly. I'm really after this. Snap pause the nearest tile kind based on kind. Whatever this is, get tiles that pause from entity kind. Yeah, so this just needs to take into account rotation now as well. Actually, we just need to have a better tile size input. Am I using this elsewhere? One, snap entity to tile. Okay. What else we got? Tell you what we'll do. Keep that function. We're gonna do a snap pause to nearest tile based on. Because kind only get used for the tile size. Tile size. So let's just go use that. Abstracted away later. For now, I'm just going to get it working and then move on. So if the rotate direction is north or south, then tile size is equal to... do a flip. Sure, there will be a smarter way of doing this later. There we go. It's off grid though. Oh, I fucked that up. Volatile. That shouldn't matter too much right now. Just trying to visually get it working. think I broke it. Oh. There we go. Oh, yeah. That's nice. That is clean right there, dude. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, that's perfect. Alright. Now we're just going to get the rest of it working real quick. Get tiles that pulse from entity kind. So instead, this will be, again, just tile size. In the middle of a transition to not using the kind. I'm a big fan of just not breaking existing paths and being lazy. Okay, so this becomes this and this. Sweet. So now that should handle odd sized things. Oh, yes. Oh my god. That is so clean, dude. Yay. Fuck. Gotta do it with the rest of them, but me likey, dude. Me likey. Oh yeah. Man, so satisfying having that be like spot on responsive. Really nailed that. Fuck. Oh, it just feels so intuitive. Beautiful. Probably need to make the this guy fatter though. It's easy to see direction. Yeah, better. Alright, so now I just gotta fix this being wrong, which is actually the cleanup thing, I think. Let me check. Pretty sure it's just because we're using this elsewhere. Nope, not there. With this guy. Store entity in tile. Yeah, that's definitely it. Check that there. Now we can safely remove this, I think. Beautiful. Is problem solved? No. Oh no. Oh nay. I mean, kinda, sometimes. This is weird. Wait. This might be a skill issue on my part. If it's not equal to north or south. If it equals north or south. 2, 1, and 2. If it equals north or south, then it's 2 by 1, else it's 1 by 2. I think my logic was fucked. Yeah, there we go. Perfection, dude. Oh yeah. Now we're cooking. So now the only thing left to do is to make this actually work. Exciting stuff. Let's see what we can do. Man, I would love to have a switch that I could toggle on. Yeah. One day, dude. Just flicking a switch to make the thing activate. Be really cool. So imagining like a tiny little sound effect here that happens every time it flashes past, like a boom, 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 boom. That'd be sick. I'll be pretty sick, dude. Alright. How do I make this work? That is the next problem to solve. Totally halve the Atlas size. It's too big, bro. Why did I size it up and then proceed to not use the size? I wonder. I wonder what happened there. But, you know, let me just delete the king slime for now so that doesn't happen for a while. Nice. A little bit quicker on the startup. Could be better though. I should cache that at build time and only make it update when the sprites update. But fun. Okay, what next? Gotta make this work. So Not concerned with making it look good. Try to figure out the algo. Really, it's this guy. Should have 2 slots for each lane. And we can say that it gets put in from like any direction. It's fine. Like you could technically do this if you really wanted. But yeah, so it goes into the thing. Okay. Now what? Now it has an input. It only has one kind of place it can input from, I guess. I don't know. Just as an input. One input. And then 2 lanes for the output. Let's see. This is the most scuffed system ever. Okay. So we're gonna say input slot. And output B. Alright. Input and then A, B. Okay. So basically the logic here is we'll say if there is a input item slot, move the input to the output. So we'll basically say we want the internal kind of like flip-flop behavior, right? So we'll do splitter count. Let me just do one of these. So we'll go try move to A. So output A item slot. It's gonna be pretty tricky, but I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Try move to A. So, I mean, it's really just gonna be like, yo, if output A dot kind. Is there like a attempt move thing I can yoink? Progress belt item. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty pretty nutty. If kind is not equal to nil, else try move to B. it's not equal to nil, then output A is equal to input item slot. And then input item slot. Zero that out. And splitter. True. Really, just inverse that. Else, if B not equal to nil, then we'll just do the same. Output B is equal to that, and we'll flip-flop. If both of them are nil, then, I don't know, do something. But, you know, we could do the same thing here. There's definitely a better way of doing this, but I don't give a fuck, dude. Shit, man. Yes, this is art. This is high art. And if it can't move to any of them, we just kind of like silently sit there, I would say. This is art. I can't be fucked thinking about how to clean it up, so I'm moving on. The next thing is, I guess, progressing both of these slots. So we're gonna do a progress belt item. The item being output A, and the progress being convey lane 0. Okay. I'll just use that. And then next slot is nil. And then we'll have the same thing with this guy. We'll use the other lane. So that should be that. Then we just got to plug up the automation with the ins and the outs. And it should be off to the races. Also, just do the rendering real quick. RQ. It's gonna look similar to the extractor rendering. We'll just kind of do one of these. Item. Get array pointer in 1 plus I. Gives the item. Get the progression in just I. I am living life dangerously here. Offset, pause, all this, blah, blah, blah. So base pos is gonna kind of depend on what it is. If I equals 0, base pos we got a vector from direction, so we could probably use that somehow. Because that's going like up, left, down, right, right? So let's just assume north for the time being to make it easier, and then I can figure it out later. If I is equal to 0, then base pos dot x take away equal tile length divided by 2, else plus equal. Okay. And now up next, I mean, yeah, that should be the functionality of the thing. So now I just got to do the inputs and the outputs, which will be more difficult. But figure it out nonetheless. So if next slot not equal to nil, then this is where the move attempt happens, right? Pop off, move into next conveyor. So this is going to depend on the lane that we're in. And now this whole like E, what do we have in here? We get tile pos, we get direction. What else do we have? Direction. It's really just direction, if I had to guess. Like the tile pos and then the direction. Yeah. So what I could do is get rid of that completely. Just take tile pos and direction. That way I could split it out. So I think that's what I'll do. Similar to how I did it earlier. There's a lesson to be had here. Only use the minimum amount of data you need. But I guess it's kind of hard when thinking about it. Progress belt item. And yes, progress belt item, and then progress belt item. You. And instead of entity, we just take the tile pos. direction. So I wonder. Wonder if I could do that. So conveyor belts and shit should work fine still. I would have to test, but all in all, I guess we'll see. Yeah. Still all good. So now we can go ham on this guy. So we can call that. Directly like so. So we could probably just do these. If I had to guess, then that should be progressing off. And now I just need to plug in the automation. So we'll go else if in kind is equal to splitter. Then we're going to have a few different things here. So this is an input slot. Let's see. Really, yeah, I mean, it should just be like 3 slots, if I had to guess. Like so. But this one is kind of like the input slot, so. Well, moment of truth. Does the splitter work? Not quite. Not quite. Not quite, bucko. Oh, it's trying to insert onto those. Huh. Yeah, that's a problem. We need like an IO concept. If destination kind is equal to conveyor. Okay, so here's the other kind of end of things. It should be fine. It should be putting that into the thing. Oh. Well, that's one reason why it wasn't working. But... So I gotta figure out why that is breaking. I think I will just step through. Let's see, where is the belt? Belt update, then progress belt item. $398 on conveyor belt. All right, let's try it with 1 actually. Okay. And then 2. Now the destination should be the splitter. All right, why isn't this working? Okay, attempt place in single entity. So we're trying to place our fiber inside that. Get entity slots. We should be getting a nice splitter slot. Very good. So we should have a storage slot. So we'll keep going through that. Crocker. I'm gonna call you Crocker. Nice name, dude. Big game indeed, man. Thanks for the prime. Also, Dej C. Thank you for the 30. However long ago that was. I didn't get a notification for it. Very sad. It's a couple minutes ago. Appreciate it, man. That's the day's expenses right there. Let's check that in the sheet. Thank you. What are we doing, chap? What's going on? What are you implementing? The folks just coming in. Let me show you. I'm in the middle of an intense breakthrough session to try and debug why my splitters aren't working. But adding in splitters right now, if you're familiar with Factorio. Yeah, I'm trying to debug why they're not working. In the middle of trying to figure out how to actually get them in the game. So we should be allowed to place it in this slot. So this should be the slot on the splitter. If is allowed, which is true. Des.kind is equal to nil. Oh, there's already something on there. So it means it probably placed it in. So I placed it in already. So I guess Y is the splitter itself not working. Let's see. Input item slot. Yep, so we got fiber on here. And then we're flip-flopping through this. Output item A slot. Dot kind is not equal to nil. That's the problem. It should be equal to nil. God damn. Silly. A bit of a silly goose moment right there, man. Bit of a silly goose moment. It's alright. I like to be a bit of a silly goose from time to time. Equal. If the output slot is equal to nil, means we can move into it. And then, all in all, moment of truth. Splitters! Oh, it's infinite looping though. Well, we'll figure that out next. Lakey Luke. Appreciate it, brother. Thanks for the prime, man. Splitters work similar to Factorio, like load balancing is possible. In theory, yes. In practice, I have no idea yet. What's your biggest gripes with Odin? None, dude. I have zero. Excellent language. We ship off to splitters. Good question. Good question. I got an hour left on the stream, so if we can get him going, then maybe. Actually, no. There's a few more things I want to do. I want to get power pass through, belt crossing module, and then there's a couple bugs I want to fix, and then I'll ship. So it's looking like it won't happen today. But I could just push like a test build up. Like we could say V19 is actually just like right here. I would just need to fix the Glowshroom buggy, and then I could ship that. As a test build, but then I would add this in later. I don't know. I'm not sure. But this is a big marketing update. Next big marketing update. We'll see. We'll see. Because I do value just continually shipping to test things out. For the peeps that are hungry. For the splitters and whatnot. Alright, I gotta figure out why the fuck this is happening, dude. That's next up on the to-do. Oh, I know why. It's not zeroing at all. Why is this so jank? There we go. Alright. Moment of truth. Do we have splitters? It's splitting pretty good to me, dude. That looks like it's splitting. Oh shit, man. Hold up. Hold up. Hey. Splitter time. Oh my god, that's clean, dude. Oh, that's so clean. Wow. That's beautiful. I just gotta get working for every different direction now. All right. Splitter functionality v1. Actually, what I just realized. This is output only for these guys. And that will solve that problem. Cool. Huge. All right. Have sorting or just splitting? We have sorting elsewhere. We don't have sorting on the splitter. We have sorting on the extractor. Or filtering, if you will. All right. All right. Let's get the rendering done for this. So the center of this guy should be, I think, here. If I had to guess. So let's give it a shot. I cannot be fucked. Getting this working with math. I will be a caveman. East. We will have base pause dot y. See if that works. together. Sweet. So then west, it's just the same, but nope, it's just the same. Maybe. That makes life easier if it is. Let's give it a shot. Could actually do something like that. Yeah. Nice. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is we'll go easy clap. Yoink. And now we move on. Alright, that should be the rendering for the splitters for like every direction more or less. It'll look a bit jank at times, but should be right, man. Man, that's sweet. Splitters! Yeah! Kinda jank, but good enough for V1. I'ma call that. GG, well played, dude. Let's go. So I wonder, in theory, could you use it as a way to balance a load? You probably could. You could probably also use it as a merger. Let's see. Because like input would go in here. And then it would just go to output. Yeah. Yeah, you could. I believe so. Well, what now? Proper cardinal ring. What next? What's I gonna do? Just gonna do something. That car. Oh, okay. So we basically need to stop it from popping off the end and instead make it back up. Like Cardi B. We do gotta get it backing up. Like Cardi B. How does one back it up? Like Cardi B. I guess we just stop it from popping off the end. So like if it can't go there, yo fam, stop please. Let's give it a shot. You know, shit's getting real when I activate horse mode, bro. Pop off or move onto next conveyor. So we would kind of just get rid of this. Right? Well, that was easy. The conveyor belts on the conveyor belts is really tripping me up, dude. So, in theory, this should block nicely. Yeah, awesome. So then if we just do a line down there into whatever. So if we do this, oops. If we do this, 50% will go into the chest. And then it'll just keep going around until there's none left. It'll just get sparser and sparser. 3 left now. And now there's 2 left. And now there will be 1 left. Okay, well, splitters are in. I would call that a W. Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. This used to auto pop off, but now it just backs up like Cardi B. Backing it up. All right. Well, I think that's another one off the to-do list. We have 48 minutes left to fix the glow shroom spawning buggy and then ship the game. Start the clock. Oh man. It'll be somewhere in here. Dude, this might be a tricky one. Dude, I completely fucked this up. Yeah, this is super weird. There is a weird bug happening inside here somewhere. Super weird. I guess I'll just push it up and see if the bug is fixed. Don't know. Don't know. Dude, I wonder if I can nut out the power pass through real quick. I could totally do that. We'll see. Oh, what up? Adam, thank you for the raid. Hello, Adam and friends. Oh, Adam is gone now, but hello, friends. How are we? Oh, yeah. I don't know why, but he has the most Aussie focus face. Yeah. You can take the man out of Australia. You can't take Australia out of the man. Sean, thanks for the €10, dude. Appreciate it, man. Holy shit. Love that you have a variable titled reward hole. You haven't seen the half of it, bro. I got a function. It's all about sucking rewards into the hole. Aptly named. Gotta commence the suckening, dude. Yeah. Yeah, we do a bit of sucking around these parts. Alrighty. I want to see if we can do the theoretical power tunneling in an easy way. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know. We'll see. In theory it works. In practice, not sure. Let's grab some wires. So the general idea here is that we're going to be able to tunnel through blocks to the other side. So if this is something like, let's say, a conveyor, like we have like a conveyor line going down the top here, then we should be able to tunnel through this and connect on the other side. There should be a nice quick fix for the tunneling problem. Also, I gotta figure out how to get rid of these fuckers. Oh, this shit's backing up now. Interesting. Interesting. Cardi B style, dude. Okay. Tommy was relying on that as a feature. So we kind of need to add a replacement, which is an ejector. I think for now, what I'm going to do, actually, we're going to do something a little bit special. If there's a hole, it'll drop. For now. For now. Not forever. Just for now. So we'll go dest tile kind hole. Put that. There you go. To do, make a specific item to serve this purpose. But for now, as a little stopgap, you can chuck it in the hole and that'll pop it off. There you go. But if there were no hole here... Dude, where did my ground go? It's Jova. Let me... This fucking suckatron, bro. Bane of my existence. Why is that getting auto-sucked straight away? Oh, because this is being dropped from, from something. Alright, yeah, if there's no hole, then it should back up. Okay, sweet. Alright, back to the task at hand. How do we make the tunnel? I guess I would say, alright, if the thing that we're going into isn't blank or isn't a wire, then we attempt the tunnel. That's what I'm thinking. It's kind of what I'm thinking, man. Now, it would be weird in situations like this. But I actually no, this would be fine. This would be fine. Okay. Alright. Speedrun. Go! Onwards! Alright, is valid. Neighbor entity. And it's a conductor. Now, else. Tell you what I'm gonna do. We're gonna see. If it's an electricity conductor, this is tricky. This is tricky. It's a tricky one. What do we need here? We need neighbor, entity. We need direction. What else? We need ourself as a kind. We just need ourself in general. What else? I can do that. That I can do. Alright. Let's hit it. I need to abstract this into a function so I can double whammy it, dude. Attempt energy thing at tile. Self. All right, let's just define the function first. So we need self. Really, we can say E, which is our self, and then tile. Tile pause. This is a tile direction abstraction. Interesting. Interesting. All right, well, let's use that. Tiled. We can hijack that. That's kind of all we need, I think. I think. Actually, it might be easier if I simply do one of these. It's gonna be hacky. It'll be better. Alright. So, we're gonna say if electricity conductor is not in, skip over 1. Then neighbor. Equal, get tile at pause, tile direction, dot tile plus grab the offset. Just by 1. So we'll skip over. That'll give us the neighbor. And then neighbor en is equal to handle to entity. This, and if is valid. If it isn't valid, continue. Hack for skipping over the entity. Let's see if that works. Alright, if I can pull this off, it's going to be tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. I think that might actually just work like off rip. Look at that. It just powered through the line. That's insane. That is insane. Alright, GG. Now, does it break the existing thing? It doesn't really. Oh, okay. It'll power through anything. So it has to be also in the same direction. Because this shouldn't work. There are limits. There are limits to this system. So we're going to say only if we're in the direction that we're moving. That we're already being powered from. Which is a bit tricky because we would need to first do a pass to connect all the wires and then do a pass to power everything and do the energy transfer, which would kind of suck. Alright, there's a flaw in this plan. There's a flaw, but I have an idea. I have an idea. What we do. I'm just gonna bang out the idea. It's like in my brain, but it's too complicated to be held into my brain, so I have to put it out on the page. And just pray that it works. Okay. Connection thing. Just type. Just type, that's it. No thinky, just typey. Okay. Connection thing. Okay. Zeroed out. And now if we get down to this level, chicken and egg problem. Oh no. Oh. I wonder if I could not zero this. Hold on. Okay. This might work. Okay, so if transfer energy, then it means that we are true. Else, false. Okay. This might work. Let's see. Okay. 1, 2. It should skip over, but not go up top. Alright. It's Jova, dude. GG. I tried. I tried, man. Should work. Totally should. Hold up. If we are transferring energy in the direction, connection thing true. Okay, so we're transferring in the direction. Wait. Yes. This to here. Wait. We gotta back it up by 1. Right? Because this shouldn't go to here, but this... Okay, yeah. Back it up, back it up. Better put it into the neighbor. Transfer from direction. It's done. Oh my god, it's done. Holy shit. So this is powered connection from direction. And now I think maybe I could also use this for the rendering. Of the wires. But I'm not sure. So we've got a should connect proc, self and against, which I'm kind of manually maintaining right now. But I think all I need to do is return self dot powered connection from direction. And I think that might do the trick. Let's see. Do we want to inverse this? Self and against. Almost. Not quite. Hold up. Take the direction, maybe we use the against. The against inverse. Maybe. No. I think it's doable. $15. I might throw in the towel for that one, maybe. I'm not sure. Self dot did transfer. I'm not sure. Because I feel like that should, in theory, work. We would just go, transfer energy. If so, powered connection from direction. We would do it on the self. Self, transfer energy over to the other one. Yeah. Hold up. Wait. Powered connection to direction. Inst. Power connection to direction. E dot power connection to direction. Transfer energy. Oh no, this is transfer energy. Wait. This isn't connection, this is just transfer energy. Hold on. Zero that. Yeah, it's just a completely different way of thinking. I think. Why is that going there? I don't understand that. Oh, it's trying to skip over, I think. Hold. Oh, wait. If isn't valid, continue, or E dot. Or if it doesn't have a electricity conductor, then we continue. There we go. That should be it. No? Alright, I'll go fuck myself. Sorry, I did. I got fuck myself, dude. It's okay. If is invalid, continue, or the electricity conductor is not in the flags, continue. Electricity conductor not in neighbor flags. My brain's starting to hurt, dude. My brain's starting to hurt. It's gonna explode. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I think I'm gonna throw in the towel with that one. Wait. So this just goes, alright, we found something that's not a conductor. Can we skip over it? So we'll skip over to the next one. And we'll find another neighbor. And if this guy is invalid, continue. And if he's not a conductor, also continue. So if he's valid and he's conductor, then we're chill. If not, continue. Okay. Let me get rid of this. Yeah, alright, I'm giving up on that idea for rendering, but I feel like I was close there. I will throw in the towel on that one. I wonder if I broke the energy system in a weird way at some point. Not sure. Guess we'll find out. Yeah, you should be able to tunnel through that. Now, should be good. Should be pretty good, dude. Alright. Right, man. Okay. Actually, we could do has connection from direction and is powered. Actually, don't know. I don't know, dude. I'm sure there was a way to do it, but I give up. I give up. It's over. I'm gonna push that up. Okay. All right. So I'm going to call that power pass through in straight line. Dunskies. All right, so Phallus, you can now pass cables through a line like that, Minecraft Redstone style, if they're going in a straight line. It won't work at a right angle, but this way you can kind of tunnel through conveyors real quick. It should be good. Nice little quality of life thing. I could just add that to the rendering actually. Hold up. If let's see. Let's see. I feel like there's an easy way to do this. Oh, time is up. Time is up. Has connection from direction. If self and against. Self and against. So self is a wire. Against is a conveyor belt. Yeah, I don't know what the logic is there. I give up. I'm like basically trying to get it to connect to the thing so it looks like it's actually going through. But yeah, it's a bit funky. Because like, would it connect when it's like that? I don't know. I guess that's why it was connecting to these things. That's why it looked like the straight line was connecting. So that was actually rendering correctly. It just looked weird under certain circumstances, which makes sense. But yeah, I'm just gonna ignore that for now. And yeah, call it there. Alright. There is one more thing that I would like to do with the conveyor belt crossover thing, but I'm gonna have to leave that. for another day. So I think I'll do this tomorrow. I won't ship an update now, just because I really want to get that belt crossing in as well. Power tunneling hack. Man. All in all, successful day, I'd say. Got the splitters. Splitters are in, and we now have filtering on the extractors. Some nice quality of life for the factory. Also, you can destroy things without it getting sucked up immediately into the suckatron, which is always great. But yeah, that's going to be me done for the day. And honestly, done for the week. I think over the weekend, I'll just try and get this in a state. I'll just try and get it in a shippable state, and I'll probably just silently push out a playtest. Other than that, I'm probably just going to try and think about what my next steps are in terms of design and making the game better. And I'll just let that simmer over the weekend. I think that's going to be the strat. So I'm not really sure where to go from here. Really, it's probably just going to be a matter of doing a playtest and seeing where the problem is. But I really suspect that it's just, hey, needs more content. So therefore, what is the extra content that gets added in? I have no idea. I guess I'll let that simmer over the weekend. And have a chat to some of the guys who have the playtest. So I think that'll be that. Thanks for tuning in, boys. Yeah, so I don't know when I'll release a new version, but it will probably be sometime over the weekend. I just won't be streaming over the weekend. Or making vids. But yeah, see how it goes. Peace, boys. Take care. I'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye.